5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden will address the nation tonight, and an East Texas community is mourning the loss of a coach who was fatally shot in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday. Showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s, slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Right now, 76 degrees. Well, President Biden will explain his reasons for ending his re-election bid during an Oval Office speech tonight. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
The president says a national address tonight will offer what lies ahead and how he plans to finish the job for the American people. The Oval Office speech is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Time. President Biden made his first public appearances since announcing he would not run for re-election yesterday as he returned to Washington from Delaware, where he spent several days isolated with COVID. During a brief phone call with campaign staff during a visit to Wilmington by Vice President Kamala Harris, the president said he still intends to finish his agenda and believes he's on the verge of brokering a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Trump is gearing up for his campaign to take on Vice President Kamala Harris. Here's Fox's Bill Melugin.
Former President Trump putting focus on the VP in a call with reporters.
If Kamala Harris does end up being the Democrats nominee, will you commit to debating her at least one time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'd want to. I think it's important. I would be willing to do more than one debate, actually.
Trump also sounded off on Truth Social moments after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned, posting, quote, "The Biden-Harris administration did not properly protect me, and I was forced to take a bullet for democracy. It was my great honor to do so."
Meantime, some black voters are optimistic at the prospect of a President Kamala Harris. Gary Bledsoe, who heads the NAACP of Texas, says the very fact that she's a candidate is breaking a glass ceiling.
We can't understate the significance of having an African-American female put forth as someone who might potentially lead the presidential ticket for one of the two major parties.
This week, members of the Congressional Black Caucus said Harris is the right person at the right time to get the job done. They plan to rally behind her run for the White House. The vice president will be in Houston tomorrow to give a keynote speech to the American Federation of Teachers Convention. And Harris will skip Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today as Democrats express their discontent with the nation's war with Hamas in Gaza due to the high civilian death toll. Speaking on Fox's Hannity, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham weighed in.
This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we literally do not have Bibi's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F.
And former President Trump said he will meet with Netanyahu on Friday at Mar-a-Lago. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned after testifying before Congress about the security at a Pennsylvania rally where a shooter attempted to take the life of former President Trump. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn says they still don't have answers.
What we have is a situation where she should have been fired on that Saturday night, and she has persisted. She couldn't give us answers on the phone call that we had Wednesday afternoon with her. And then she shows up yesterday and she still cannot give answers.
President Biden says he will appoint a new Secret Service director. Well, a school district in East Texas is mourning the death of a coach who was shot outside a San Antonio bar. Jasper ISD officials say 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar downtown. Burt was in town for a high school coaches conference. Police Chief William McManus believes the gunfire came from a vehicle on nearby I-37.
She was struck by a single bullet in the back while she was seated outside on the patio. Now, this appears that it may have come from the highway. someone randomly shooting as they drove by.
No arrests have been made and the motive for the shooting is unknown. Well, the rainy weather is not going away anytime soon. While we're likely to have a relatively dry morning commute today, forecasters say showers are likely to pop up throughout the area both later today and tomorrow. The heavier rain should begin Friday and last through the weekend in some areas. And hill country areas near Rock Springs, Kerrville, and Bandera saw over 6 inches of rain that had fallen within 24 hours. Well, future test flights at the SpaceX facility in South Texas are in jeopardy.
A coalition of environmental groups is trying to shut down Elon Musk's spaceport. They shot a letter to the Fed saying the launches are destroying migratory nests near Boca Chica that are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
The agencies are allowing SpaceX to run roughshod over environmental laws.
Peter Galvin with the Center for Biological Diversity says the FAA needs to step in. The letter comes about 1 week after Elon Musk announced on social media that he plans to move the SpaceX headquarters from California to Texas. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Good morning, Travis, Sam, Jacob, Tim, Tommy, Rooster. Tim, I see you. Good morning. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome into this beautiful day, Wednesday, July 24th, 2024, just 2 days away from the Victor Wembanyama Olympics in Paris, 26 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, 45 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens, 48 days until the second presidential debate, and just 104 days until the 2024 election, when America comes together as one, hugs one another, sets our differences aside, and does a kumbaya forever and ever. Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I just love the way that sounds. If only that could really come to fruition.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. That's dreaming, though. That's dreaming for sure.
I remember a time, old enough to remember, Ronald Reagan, President of the United States, and Tip O'Neill, Speaker of the House, a Democrat, they would fight during the day on policy, and they'd go to dinner in the evening.
Man, but that was the 80s. The 80s were wild, you know? It was a different time.
True. Long time ago.
Before the internet.
Yeah, yes. Good boy, that has ratcheted up our angst and attacks on one another quite a bit. Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Beautiful. We're at midweek, essentially. Once we get all of us who work today, everybody listening and us, once you get through your job today, you're more than halfway through the work week for most of us.
It helps. It helps, yeah.
So much to talk about. And my gosh, and Charity, you called that story to my attention yesterday, that volleyball coach who comes here for a conference and random gunfire. So tragic. We'll be talking about that and more. And of course, tonight, the big night, President Joe Biden, his nationwide address at 7 o'clock. So much to cover. We're all over it. Let's start this thing with traffic and weather together. Weather Channel forecast, overcast today, 40% chance of showers, high around 88, overnight lows in the low 70s. Afternoon showers tomorrow, another high in the upper 80s. Same deal on Friday, showers with a high in the upper 80s. 72 in Kerrville, 75 in New Braunfels. Right now, it is cloudy and 75 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Well, Charity, she waited until our show ended yesterday because we were talking a lot about her, the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, minutes after we went off the air at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. We learned that she did indeed resign.
Yeah. And I mean, the writing was on the wall, and I think she just finally probably didn't want to come under any more scrutiny. I mean, it was just kind of like a glutton for punishment at that point, the fact that she was resisting calls to step down. But it was the right call to make. But, you know, I think a lot of attention is turning to President Biden. Why didn't he fire her, call her directly himself? Why didn't he say, you need to step down? This was a botched handling. So we no longer have confidence. So a lot of the blame is falling on the Biden administration as well.
Well, and in the case of Kimberly Cheadle, you just think about history. You think about, I mean, I'm talking about centuries of history. There's the saying, fall on your sword. I mean, it's a tradition, you know, across multiple cultures, whether it's military, but certainly leadership, and whether it's real and it's most times metaphorical. If you are the leader, it's the buck stops here. If there's a massive failure and you're the boss, in most cases, the right thing to do is to say, this can't stand under my leadership. I must step down. And I totally agree. She should have done that a lot earlier than she did.
And now it's up to President Biden to choose her successor. So we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, and how hard is it going to be for him to choose somebody who Republicans agree with? I mean, it would be nice if he really worked on this one and came up with a choice that everybody goes, all right, we get it. That's a good choice. But I think I think that's going to just create more controversy. We shall see. Maybe he'll shock us. All right. Lots coming up, including we were talking this morning before the show. There's something former President Trump hasn't done in a good long while, and he kind of needs to do it again now or shortly, and we think you can help him out. We'll tell you what that is all about coming up. WOAI News Time is 5:16. Good morning, everybody. Sam Tobias turns 40 in 72 days. You tender young puppy, Sam. Travis. Yeah. I mean, Alma, if there's certainly if there's an assassination attempt that is successful and you're a Secret Service director, you got to go. But in this case, it wasn't successful. Death happened. The fire chief from Buffalo Township, the former fire chief from Buffalo Township, lost his life, a couple of other injuries, and nearly a catastrophic, fatal injury to former President Trump. So, I mean, we all knew you need to step down. And certainly, and I guess she was raised in a culture where you stand strongly, but she just seemed so defiant and not remorseful and inauthentic when she was testifying before Congress. Anyway, and I don't wish ill on anybody. I hope she moves on into some other phase of her life or job where she will be very good and happy and successful. But this one came to an end. Let's see here. Where did I put? Julian, totally agree. Totally agree. It's showtime for each of those senators, or depending if it's a congressional Congress people. Yeah, and they want to pontificate. They want to make a show so they can have a viral video featuring them that'll be red meat for their base. So you're absolutely right. Frankie, welcome in. Well, and we heard from Rory O'Neill yesterday in the case of Kimberly Cheadle. Rory told us, and I didn't really know this before, that the subject of the hearing, in this case, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, that they intentionally do not prepare for the hearing. They don't have information and evidence and data in front of them so that they can honestly say to the congressperson, I do not have the answer to that question. I don't have that in front of me. That's a tactic. That's done intentionally. That's wasting everybody's time. On the case of Cheadle, you're wasting our time. And I agree, both sides of the aisle, all the grandstanding. Here we come. San Antonio's first news, just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. They're doing the heavy lifting, and Andrew directing our YouTube live video stream. You can jump in there on YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. There's a live video chat, and I see Tommy, Tim, Sam, Julian, Frankie, Rooster, and others already jumping in there and chatting this morning. So jump on in there and join in on the chat. And if you're not into the chat, you can still watch the video. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden will address the nation today from the Oval Office. The head of the Secret Service has resigned amid growing pressure, and the feds are investigating Delta Airlines after days of canceled flights following a global computer outage. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
No long Jeanette. Do not have Jeanette.
Weather Channel forecast: overcast throughout the day, 40% chance of showers, highs in the upper 80s, overnight lows in the low 70s. Tomorrow, afternoon showers with a high in the upper 80s. Friday, showers expected throughout the day with a high in the upper 80s. 75 in Alamo Heights, 74 in Leon Valley, cloudy 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 522. San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy, Mr. T. We expect him back tomorrow. He's got the day off today, so you should get your Mr. T fix tomorrow. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. Then he'll join us in studio a little bit later this morning. Unbelievable guests all morning long, including our usual suspects, White House correspondent John Decker in the next hour, national correspondent Aaron Real, both of them on huge Decision 2024 topics. We will also have two sides of the aisle today talking about the choice of Kamala Harris and where we stand in this 2024 presidential election. Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez and Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro to join us today. And then we will compare Lyndon Baines Johnson, a Texan in 1968, saying, I'm not going to seek re-election, with Biden doing it today. We'll check in with presidential historian Jeremy Surrey in the 8 o'clock hour. But Charity, we were talking before the show, and there's something former President Trump hasn't done in a while that we think he needs to do pretty soon, don't we?
Yeah, he needs to come up with one of his infamous nicknames for his likely opponent, VP Kamala Harris. So we think our listeners probably have some ideas up their sleeve, and we want them to talk back to us on the iHeartRadio app. Just search 1200 WOAI and hit that red talk back button.
And, you know, there was Sleepy Joe Biden was the main nickname for President Joe Biden in the 2020 election. There was Lion Ted Cruz. There was Little Marco Rubio.
Right.
Nobody comes up with political nicknames like former President Trump. But there's nothing yet that sticks to Kamala Harris, and the guy to do it is former. I was thinking about maybe they talk about her cackling Kamala Harris.
See, that's the obvious one. That's the one I have.
I'm being
too.
obvious.
Well, no, I think that's the one. That should be the nickname.
Cackling Kamala.
It's safe. It's not offensive,
Well, you want to be mildly offensive. Sleepy Joe means, dude, you're sleepy.
Yeah.
Lion Ted Cruz is not good. You don't want to be Lion Ted Cruz, but cackling, I don't know. Do you have an alternate yet, or are you down with cackling Kamala Harris?
It flows nicely.
The K.
Yeah, you could go word salad Kamala, but it doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah. We need some punch here.
Yeah, I think our listeners can help.
So yeah, we want to hear from you, and we'll play them on the air. And former President Trump comes on this radio station a lot with Joe Pags. We'll try to get. I'm sure he'll come up with one on his own, but we don't mind helping him out. We don't mind passing along your Kamala Harris nicknames to him. So we will do that coming up. And at 5:40, Charity and I have to talk about this awful accident. And not an accident. Somebody fired a gun, reportedly or theoretically, from I-37 that killed this 28-year-old volleyball coach from the Jasper ISD in town for a conference. Not only is that horribly tragic and reprehensible, this is also a horrible look for San Antonio, as we like to host events and conventions here. This cannot stand in the city of San Antonio, and we'll talk about it. Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 525. All right. And why did I lose my feed? Let me go back to that. Yeah, Frankie asking and Travis answering. Yep, Secret Service agents are supposed to, like the military, serve the country and have no political backgrounds whatsoever. So that's very, very troubling what happened. I'm going to send a quick little text. Since we're all in different rooms, one of the ways we communicate is via text. Helps if I turn on my... See, I don't like to text with my thumbs. It takes so long. I've got a Bluetooth keyboard that connects to my phone, so I can motor much faster on my text, do emails with it. So let's see, 5. Charity McCurdy coming up at the bottom of the hour. Yeah, Ty, it's a horrible story. She was 28 years old. They in the story that I read, I have here somewhere. There's a lot. It even went to the Daily Mail, but there's a KSAT story on it. She was just so... she grew up in that school district. She wound up becoming a teacher in the school district. She was going to teach English, like senior and 10th grade English. She was a track coach in addition to being a volleyball coach at Smoke Sky Bar is where this had. They apparently have a big patio on the roof, and it's near I-37. It's in the 500 block of East Crockett Street, and apparently some idiot firing a gun, that's the theory anyway, from a vehicle on I-37, and she is hit in the back, taken to the hospital where she dies. Her name was Aiden Burt from the Jasper Independent School District. She was employed with the district since 2019, teaching English. She taught for the high school and the middle school. She was a cheer sponsor and a coach. And it is a horrible, horrible story. First and foremost, it's the tragedy of her loss of life. Secondly, this... Go ahead. 2, fantastic. Yeah. Appreciate it. And you are checking them for the R word.
Yes.
Okay.
There's only been one so far that we were like, not play that one.
Good.
For the R word, it was for another.
Okay. Cool. Charity is coming up. Yeah, I saw that one too, Ty. That was a big story yesterday. Happened over the weekend. And both of those, the sheriff's deputy killed, that happened at 2 a.m. And here's just my old man adage that old men used to tell me when I was young. And this thing happened just after midnight at Smoke Sky Bar that killed the teacher. Now that I'm an old man, it's true. I say it. I say it with no glee. And I know young people, you're young, you want to go out late and hang out, but nothing good happens after midnight. A lot of times this weird crap, wrong way driver, gunfire, and I know these things can happen at 8 o'clock at night or at 2 in the afternoon, but often you look at these stories and they happen after midnight, 12:30, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, when the bars close, wrong way driver at 3 in the morning. It's sad, it's awful, but it's a trend. So my advice to young people who like to stay out and party late, A, avoid it. B, be incredibly vigilant. When we drive to work every morning, and I'll cut to Charity here in a sec. When we drive to work in the morning, all of us, Charity, Mr. T, and me, we're looking for wrong way drivers because we're driving to work at 3 in the morning, and we know here's Charity.
5:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the Trump campaign is accusing President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris of violating campaign finance laws. And an East Texas community is mourning the loss of a beloved coach. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: chance of showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Right now, 76 degrees. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, the Trump campaign has filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission. Fox's Ted Linder explains.
The campaign accusing President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris of violating campaign finance laws by transferring his $91 million in fundraising cash to her new campaign. The president announcing on Sunday that he would not run for re-election and quickly endorsed the vice president to run for the Democratic ticket in his place and transferred the $91.5 million in campaign cash over to her. The Harris campaign calling the complaint baseless. Ted Linder, Fox News.
Meantime, Trump says he will debate Kamala Harris as she's now the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. Trump told reporters he'd be willing to debate Harris multiple times if she's nominated as expected during the DNC next month. Trump, however, suggested he would not participate in a debate hosted by ABC News, which was previously scheduled when President Biden was expected to still be in the race. And social media is ablaze with memes of Vice President Kamala Harris in support of her new campaign. This comes after British pop star Charlie XCX lovingly declared the vice president a brat. Fox's Matt Finn has details.
The nickname brat has become a popular term for a cool, wild party girl. A famous British pop singer called Vice President Kamala Harris a brat, and now Harris is running with it as a significant endorsement among young voters. With a simple tweet, British pop singer Charlie XCX crowned Harris a brat. The Kamala HQ Twitter account changed its backdrop to the same lime green brat color and font that the pop singer uses in her brat campaign. The internet is also starting to use a coconut tree as a symbol for Kamala Harris.
And the term brat is generally seen as a compliment online, but some people, including Republicans, aren't a fan of the moniker, calling it weird and unpresidential. Meantime, Harris's presidential campaign is vetting potential running mates. The campaign has requested vetting materials from several potential running mates to join the VP on the Democratic ticket, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. And we're learning more details about what state officials knew ahead of the rally at which former President Trump was nearly killed.
The Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner told the House Homeland Security Committee that he was told the Butler County Emergency Services Unit was in charge of the AGR building outside the Secret Service perimeter, the building from which Thomas Crooks would open fire. That 2 Butler personnel had eyes on the roof from a second-floor building window, but left their post to go look for Crooks.
Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. He was identified by those members as suspicious, in part because of that.
He also said while communicating among agencies is possible over radio, it is more difficult to do at times with the Secret Service in particular. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned from her position yesterday. President Biden will appoint her successor. Well, San Antonio police are asking for any witnesses to come forward that can help them identify who fired a shot from a downtown highway that killed an East Texas track and volleyball coach who was in town for a high school coaches conference. Police say 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire in the back while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar. Jasper ISD Superintendent Josh Sabold said the community is heartbroken.
She's been employed here since 2019, but most of us watched her grow up because her dad was a longtime coach and principal here. Her grandpa was a principal here, and her grandmother was a longtime cafeteria manager.
No word on a possible motive for the shooting. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace.
Jumping in here, reading what you guys have just written. M1A1, welcome in.
Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
So anyway, Ty and anybody else, we were talking about wrong way drivers earlier, and a 20-year-old sheriff's deputy was killed over the weekend off duty with friends by a wrong way driver. They often don't have their lights on. They're often getting into their car drunk out of their minds. So if they're coming at you and they don't have their lights on, a police officer told us what you look for is the street lights reflecting off the vehicle coming at you. Not easy to see, but you got to be really vigilant as you drive anytime, but certainly in the wee hours. San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. Mr. T off today. He'll be back tomorrow. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. He'll join us a little bit later this morning in studio. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew manning our YouTube broadcast. We're live now on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. There's a live video chat, and a lot of times, and I was doing it during the break, I join the chat live and talk to people on YouTube. It's just a great way to connect with everybody. We will, later this half hour, in just a few minutes, we'll hear from you. We're getting some nicknames that Donald Trump could use for the presumptive Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. We'll get into that. Flashback coming up as well. But Charity, you've been reporting on it, a horribly tragic event. 28-year-old school teacher, track coach, volleyball coach, Aiden Burt, doing what so many people do, come to a wonderful event and gathering or a convention in San Antonio, Texas. It's a wonderful destination. She goes to Smoke Sky Bar in the 500 block of East Crockett Street. It's a little after midnight. She's up there on the patio with a lot of people. And then tragedy happens.
Yeah, she had her back to nearby I-37, and she was struck by gunfire. And Police Chief William McManus talked to the press about what he thinks unfolds.
She was struck by a single bullet in the back while she was seated outside on the patio. Now, this appears that it may have come from the highway, someone randomly shooting as they drove by.
So they rushed her to the hospital, and she later died. But completely, such a tragic story. She was just loved by her community in East Texas. She has been there her entire life, and apparently her whole family is from Jasper County. Her father was a junior high principal. He recently retired. Her grandfather apparently also served as a principal. So that community watched her grow up, and they're just absolutely heartbroken. And, this shooter remains at large. And so they're hoping that witnesses that saw someone hopefully point that gun out the window and fire that shot, someone will come forward and have a description of the suspect or vehicle.
What kind of a heartless idiot would fire a weapon? And again, I'm going by what the police chief theorizes, out of a vehicle, driving on a highway like I-37, knowing that it could kill somebody. We talk about 4th of July or New Year's Eve, don't fire guns into the sky. It's stupid. People do get killed on nights like that across the country. You firing randomly for whatever your reason, you're risking killing another human being. And in this case, somebody did.
And that bar gets pretty packed. Sometimes I drive by there, and it's a happening place. It's usually jam packed. And, as tragic as it is that we lost the life of this beautiful young woman, more people could have been killed with just one single gunshot. So, I hope they get this person sooner than later. It's scary that this can happen.
And the first and foremost tragedy is the horrible loss of life of Aiden Burt. But this is awful. This is an awful black eye for San Antonio. People Plan Charity was from the Daily Mail in the UK.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a global story, and it reflects horribly on our city.
Crime is an increasing concern for San Antonio residents, and especially when it's a random act where it's not a known criminal, it's not something that police are anticipating or necessarily prepared for. I mean, I don't know how you can stop someone from randomly firing a shot from a moving car.
Comment from Ty on the chat on YouTube. He says, people like that don't care one iota about anyone, talking about whoever fired that random shot. Coming up, we will play flashback. We'll go back in time, try to figure out what year we're landing in. Then we're going to hear from you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Got any ideas on Trump nicknames for Kamala Harris? We'll hear from you coming up as well. WOAI News Time 546. Welcome, everybody joining us. I see 21. I see 21 in here now. Good to see you. I know some of you don't jump in the chat. That's fine. You may not want to chat, but if you do, then we see your name, and we certainly say hello and good morning. Tommy Miller, Frankie, Ty, M1A1, Romeo. Oh, look at Romeo says, we all heard of a laughing hyena. So we should call Harris Hyena Harris. Very good, Romeo. I'm going to write that one down. Right underneath cackling Kamala, Hyena Harris. Hyena Harris. Funny. Tim from the Philippines. Stephen C. Johnson, good morning. Welcome in. Okay, the two we had, and we're going to play some more talkbacks coming up. But the two we currently have are Cackling Kamala and Hyena Harris. We're just trying to help the former president with his nicknames. Not that he needs our help, but come on. Stephen has Commie Kamala. Wow. Writing that one down. In fact, I will I'll give you guys credit on the air. All right. Echo, I can't say yours on the air. That's a little It's a little too far, but Commie Kamala, I can say that one on the air. So that's from Steven. I want to make sure I give you guys credit. And just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And we're trying to help former President Donald Trump out with a nickname for Kamala Harris to use between now and the election. We'll hear from you coming up on your talkbacks to us. But first, Charity McCurdy. Oh, it's time for flashback. I'm out of my mind. I'm so excited about these nicknames, and I'm seeing some.
Let's just jump to that.
I'm seeing some on our chat as well on YouTube. So let's play flashback. Okay, Charity, express yourself. When did Seinfeld premiere? 87, 88, or 89?
89.
Wow, we almost got the answer right there. We're going 89. Let's find out. What year was it? Yes, Charity McCurdy. She knows her Seinfeld. She knows her Madonna. Charity, what else are you working on?
Well, after exiting the race, President Biden is planning to address the nation in a prime time tonight from the Oval Office. Donald Trump says he will debate Vice President Kamala Harris, as she is now the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. And SAPD is asking for the public's help in tracking down whoever shot and killed an East Texas coach. All of the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast: overcast today, 40% chance of showers, high in the upper 80s, overnight lows in the low 70s. Afternoon showers predicted for tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Friday, showers with a high in the upper 80s as well. Right now, 73 in Boerne, 74 at the Snake Farm, cloudy, 75 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. I was getting ahead of myself. I tend to do that. Sorry about that. She's Charity. I'm Chris. Mr. T will be back tomorrow. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. And Charity, before we even go to the talkbacks on the iHeartRadio app, asking people suggestions for a nickname for Kamala Harris now that she is the presumptive Democratic nominee, nicknames that Donald Trump makes so famous. Couple people on the chat on YouTube, Charity. Romeo says, we have all heard of the laughing hyena, so we should call her Hyena Harris.
Oh.
That's creative.
Yeah.
That's creative.
That's a step above Cackling Kamala.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cackling Kamala is currently the leader in the clubhouse. Now, Steven on YouTube says, how about Commie Kamala? Ouch.
Oh.
Commie Kamala. My goodness gracious.
It might stick, you know?
All right.
Well.
So let's see what else we have. Let's go to the talkbacks. Let's go to the people. Let's see. I'm looking at the list here. I think we're going to Pat first. Pat, what do we got? Yes. That, you know what, Charity, I got it. What if great minds think alike, and that's the one that Trump goes with?
Yeah. Will he say Kamala or Kamala?
I think he'll mispronounce it because it's pronounced Kamala.
Yes.
Not Kamala. But I think you kind of diminish somebody by not pronouncing their name. I have a feeling he's going to mispronounce her name. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But I just have a feeling. All right, let's hear another talk back. Let's go to Ray. I don't get. I mean, it's lyrical. I don't get it. Charity, what do you think? Kamala, Lamala.
B5
flows.
Yeah, it flows.
Kamala, Lamala, banana, fama, fomala. There was a song. There's a song in the '60s that was a rhyming song. So all right, let's try another one. Let's try Henry. Henry, what do you got? The Giggler. You know what? Like the Joker or the Riddler, the Giggler.
Okay.
I kind of like it. The Giggler. I'm writing that down. The Giggler. Our good friend, our favorite. Well, actually, we're up against it. We got more to get to, including RK and our favorite teacher, Stephen. We'll do those in the next hour. Charity has everything you need to know here at the top of the hour. Then at 6:10, Representative Joaquin Castro, his perspective. WOAI News Time 557. All right, Charity is coming right up. Come for the chopped liver. Stay for the eye candy. The Giggler. Would she wear a green mask and a costume with he written all over it. Funny. Here comes Charity.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden will address the nation tonight, and an East Texas community mourns the loss of a coach who was fatally shot in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: chance of showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s, slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Right now, 76 degrees. Well, President Biden will explain his reasons for ending his re-election bid during an Oval Office speech tonight. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
The president says a national address tonight will offer what lies ahead and how he plans to finish the job for the American people. The Oval Office speech is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Time. President Biden made his first public appearances since announcing he would not run for re-election yesterday as he returned to Washington from Delaware, where he spent several days isolated with COVID. During a brief phone call with campaign staff during a visit to Wilmington by Vice President Kamala Harris, the president said he still intends to finish his agenda and believes he's on the verge of brokering a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Trump is gearing up for his campaign to take on Vice President Kamala Harris. Here's Fox's Bill Melugin.
Former President Trump putting focus on the VP in a call with reporters.
If Kamala Harris does end up being the Democrats' nominee, will you commit to debating her at least one time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'd want to. I think it's important. I would be willing to do more than one debate, actually.
Trump also sounded off on Truth Social moments after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned, posting, quote, "The Biden-Harris administration did not properly protect me, and I was forced to take a bullet for democracy. It was my great honor to do so."
Trump and his running mate, Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance, are planning a campaign stop in Minnesota, which has not gone Republican in 52 years. Meantime, Kamala Harris will skip Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today as Democrats express their discontent with the nation's war with Hamas and Gaza due to the high civilian death toll. Speaking on Fox's Hannity, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham weighed in.
This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we literally do not have Bibi's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F.
And Trump said he will meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on Friday at Mar-a-Lago. Well, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned after testifying before Congress about the security at a Pennsylvania rally where a shooter attempted to take the life of former President Trump. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn says they still don't have answers.
What we have is a situation where she should have been fired on that Saturday night, and she has persisted. She couldn't give us answers on the phone call that we had Wednesday afternoon with her. And then she shows up yesterday and she still cannot give answers.
And President Biden says he will appoint a new Secret Service director. Well, a school district in East Texas is mourning the death of a coach who was shot outside a San Antonio bar. Jasper ISD officials say 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar downtown. Burt was in town for a high school coaches conference. Police Chief William McManus believes the gunfire came from a vehicle on nearby I-37.
She was struck by a single bullet in the back while she was seated outside on the patio. This appears that it may have come from the highway. someone randomly shooting as they drove by.
No arrests have been made, and a motive for the shooting is unknown. Well, 2024 is proving to be a wet year for San Antonio and the Texas Hill Country.
San Antonio Water Company reports nearly 27 inches of rain has fallen in the Alamo City already. Last year, the total was just over 32.5 inches. Since Friday, the Edwards Aquifer level has jumped almost 3.5 feet, a rarely seen sight. The Hill Country has seen 2 to 4 inches since Sunday night, with some isolated areas getting 6 and 7 inches, while rain gauges at San Antonio's airport registered under an inch. A couple more inches could accumulate over the next few days, as forecasts call for a 40 to 50% chance of sporadic rain daily through Sunday, with today's rain likely to fall south and east of San Antonio. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the feds are investigating Delta Airlines after days of canceled flights following a global computer outage. The Department of Transportation's Office of Aviation Consumer Protection is looking into the issues at the airline after thousands of cancellations left travelers scrambling. The issue started after a software update from cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike affected computers running Microsoft Windows. Delta says it's working around the clock to get operations back to normal. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Okay, David De La Rosa Jr. says Kamala in English, Mala in Spanish means mean person. Mala, Kamala. He does pronounce Kamala, but we had somebody pronouncing it Kamala yesterday. But yeah, if you put the emphasis on the Mala, that's what you get. David, I will read your comment on the air. I want to make sure I write that down, because sometimes when more comments come in, it scrolls out of view. So let me see here. David. All right. Coffee, it's the wonder drug that works wonders. Coffee, because management frowns on crystal meth. San Antonio's first news. She is Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Mr. T has the day off. He will be back tomorrow. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew directing our online video stream on YouTube. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Getting a lot of comments in there, including our talkback question of the day, asking you, what kind of a nickname could former President Donald Trump use for Kamala Harris? And coming up, Speaking of Kamala Harris and the Democrats, we'll get a Democrat perspective from local District 20 Representative Joaquin Castro. He is coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Weather Channel forecast: overcast throughout the day, 40% chance of showers, highs in the upper 80s, overnight lows in the low 70s. Afternoon showers tomorrow with another high in the upper 80s. Friday showers with a high in the upper 80s. 73 where Mr. T lives in Floresville, 74 at the Pearl. Here, cloudy, 75 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's First News, we are your Decision 2024 headquarters, bringing you all sides of Decision 2024. And Representative Joaquin Castro has represented the 20th congressional district since 2013. He has certainly been around politics in Washington, D.C. for a long time. He joins us this morning. And Congressman Castro, we know Kamala Harris is the presumptive nominee, the only mystery remaining. Who will be her running mate? So what qualities are you looking for in a vice presidential pick?
I think that she's going to have a lot of great options to choose from. People from different states and different communities, people that can help her win in particular places. I think y'all have heard some of the names that have been mentioned, whether it's Josh Shapiro or Andy Beshear from Kentucky, Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation. But then there are also people like Michelle Lujan Grisham, the governor of New Mexico, and Catherine Cortez Masto, the senator from Nevada, that I think she should take a look at. Mark Kelly, who's a senator from Arizona and very popular over there. So it's going to be a quick process because the convention is coming up, obviously, pretty soon. But she's going to have some really solid choices.
And Congressman Castro, we've heard some Republicans refer to Kamala Harris as a DEI hire, a political opportunist. Do you think that's a line of attack she's prepared to handle and she's ready to prove she's qualified for the job?
Yeah, I think that they're going to deride her because they rallied behind a convicted felon. Donald Trump, if you think about what he did to the Republican Party, he banished the Bushes in Texas and in Florida. He banished the Cheneys. He banished the pro-business part of the Republican Party. And if you look at that convention, it's all MAGA and it's all Trump. And so the Republican Party has just left a lot of people behind. But look, they got to say something because they're rallying around this guy who was in a civil case found liable for sexual assault, is a convicted felon, and is the most divisive political figure that we have seen on the American stage in generations. This guy's talking about mass deportations, for example. The last time that happened, there were over 1 million people, U.S. citizens of Hispanic descent, who had every right to be in this country and were sent to Mexico, a place that they had never lived before. And that's what he's promising again. So I hope that we will get past this dark chapter in American history and move past Donald Trump in November.
Congressman, you mentioned she's going to have a lot of choices as a vice presidential running mate to choose from. How much of the decision on who the VP running mate is going to be is her decision?
That's a great question. Each of the presidential nominees does it a different way. If y'all may remember, my brother was part of the probably dozen people that were vetted for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. And I remember back then, first of all, you get this extremely long questionnaire, and I forget how many questions it was, but over 100 questions. Your family members get a questionnaire. You got to submit a lot of documents. They usually have a legal team who is responsible for vetting each person. And then they'll spend a week or a weekend personally interviewing each of the people who they're thinking about. And I think it comes down to chemistry, number one, whether the person thinks they can work with this VP prospect, and also what you bring to the ticket. Can you help them win Arizona or Nevada or Georgia or whatever it may be? And so usually it's the nominee plus a small, like literally a very small circle of people that she really trusts will make the final decision.
Congressman Castro, as you know, Kamala Harris set a record this week, $81 million in fundraising in a 24-hour period. Never been done before. Clearly, there's huge enthusiasm among Democrats for her candidacy. Are you feeling that, and are you hearing that among your colleagues and Democrats you speak with?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you're right. $81 million in 24 hours is just, it's astounding, both because of the feat of being able to do it, but also, you know, just the amount of money now. In this case, it's small dollar amounts mostly, but the amount of money going into presidential campaigns. But yeah, there's a lot of energy. That day that President Biden decided to drop out, I was at HEB and somebody came up to me, you know, and said, hey, we got to get behind Kamala.
And Congressman Castro, we've had former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi recently endorse Harris. Actor George Clooney has come forward. How long before you think we hear from former President Obama?
I mean, I think he'll certainly get behind Kamala Harris. I don't know if he's going to wait to the convention when he speaks officially, or if he will put something out before that. I would bet that he probably does it before that. He and Michelle Obama together. But I would expect that he'll certainly be at the convention and give her a full-throated endorsement.
Our thanks to Congressman Joaquin Castro from the 20th Congressional District. We will hear from Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to hear from you, your Trump possible nicknames for Kamala Harris on the Talkback feature coming right up. WOAI News Time, 6:17. Welcome in, Ben, Echo 5 Hotel. Yeah, Echo, we'll see what Mr. T has to say for himself tomorrow. He should be back here tomorrow. Yeah, we interviewed Joaquin Castro yesterday at 8:40, and the audience is always cycling on the radio. People typically listen as they drive to work, and not everybody, obviously. A lot of people listen to the whole 4 hours. So we figured this was a different audience at this time, so we aired it again. Yeah. Good idea. Thanks for, and again, before Gonzalez, just double check with me that it's all set. I appreciate it. Thanks for the help. Steve DeRocco is in here. The Rock, the original Rock, to be more accurate, co-founder of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club, and bear is spelled Bexar. People, we got the T-shirts to prove it. Steve DeRocco celebrated his birthday last week in New Orleans and lives to tell about it. Rock, this is day number 17 of Chris Duell held hostage. 17. Charlie Parker due in the next hour or in the next half hour. Steve DeRocco, big fan of Charlie Parker. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we're going to hear from you. We're looking for a nickname Donald Trump can use for Kamala Harris. His last big nickname, of course, Sleepy Joe for Joe Biden. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
At 7 o'clock tonight, President Biden will make a rare speech from the Oval Office. Following the resignation of the Secret Service director, the agency's encouraging former President Trump to start holding rallies indoors. And San Antonio is on pace for record rainfall. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast, overcast today, 40% chance of showers, high in the upper 80s, overnight lows in the low 70s, afternoon showers tomorrow, and more showers on Friday. 72 in Von Ormy, 74 at Randolph Air Force Base, cloudy 75 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. We've been asking you this morning. I don't think we have a nickname yet by former President Donald Trump for Kamala Harris. Charity, we're asking the people for some help. How do they let us know what their ideas are?
The free iHeartRadio app, you just search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button, 30 seconds to sound off.
He is our favorite teacher from Lytle. Let's go to Stephen. Added cackling, clueless cackling, Kamala. Yeah, clueless, Charity. Whereas cackling, you're just kind of making fun of her laughing. When you say clueless, that's more of a, that's like, Sleepy Joe Biden. That's saying you're not fit for the office.
Yeah, that's a low blow.
Yeah, very good. We got more coming up. We'll play more as well. We're going to go to White House correspondent John Decker at 6:40. He'll have a preview of President Joe Biden's address before the nation coming tonight at 7 o'clock. Charity with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 6:25. All right. Stephen and Lytle, clueless. So they left my mic on. So what I was saying went out on the air. That's just delightful. Clueless, Kamala, says Stephen. That was from Stephen and Lytle. Anybody new in here, we welcome you. Thanks for coming in. The chat often gets very lively. You are always welcome to participate in the chat. Everybody's very nice. Of course, Tracy Bogart's not in here. Tracy Bogart, the nicest guy, usually in here. He's gregarious. He's like the love doctor, Dr. Leo Buscaglia, the late, great Dr. Leo Buscaglia, former USC professor. USC, by the way, I'll get a little, you can't tell on the, it's so far away on the, but this is a USC shirt. That's a USC logo, bunch of USC and SC logos here. Of course, USC stands for University of Spoiled Children. Just saying. At least that's what UCLA people called us. So, and UCLA stands for You Clowns Lost Again. Thank you. Let's see. I got to take Charlie Parker, some show prep. Charlie Parker on his way in. Steve Duraco, very happy about that. He's a big fan. Who isn't a big fan of Charlie Parker? Come on now. He's a legend. You know him, you love him. You can't get enough of him. Woohoo! Charity McCurdy coming up here in just a few moments. Probably less than 80 seconds. Come for the chopped liver. Stay for the eye candy. By the way, we got to do some band practice. Mr. T and I have a band called Chopped Liver. We're still, we think we have a drummer to join us. I play the bass. Mr. T plays lead guitar. We need a drummer. We need a saxophone player. You're right. Charity is color coordinated today with those headphones. That's just not what is up with her? Because she doesn't always have those like light purple or violet headphones.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the Trump campaign is accusing Biden and Harris of violating campaign finance laws. An East Texas community is mourning the loss of a beloved teacher and coach shot and killed in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday. Chance of showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Right now, 76 degrees. Well, the Trump campaign has filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission. Fox's Ted Linder has more on Decision 2024.
The campaign accusing President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris of violating campaign finance laws by transferring his $91 million in fundraising cash to her new campaign. The president announcing on Sunday that he would not run for re-election and quickly endorsed the vice president to run for the Democratic ticket in his place and transferred the $91.5 million in campaign cash over to her. The Harris campaign calling the complaint baseless. Ted Linder, Fox News.
Meantime, Trump says he'll debate Vice President Kamala Harris as she is now the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. Trump told reporters he'd be willing to debate Harris multiple times if she's nominated as expected during the Democratic National Convention next month. Trump, however, suggested he would not participate in a debate hosted by ABC News, which was previously scheduled when President Biden was expected to still be in the race. Meantime, civil rights groups are calling the Harris campaign historic. Michael Board reports.
Gary Bledsoe, who heads the NAACP of Texas, says the very fact that she's a candidate is breaking a glass ceiling.
It is about time that we see an African-American woman at the head of a presidential ticket.
Members of the Congressional Black Caucus this week said Kamala Harris is the right person at the right time. Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
From the moment that she got into this race, you have seen nothing but history being made, finally, for the right reasons.
Harris will need this help. It was black voters who helped Biden win the 2020 primaries and ultimately the White House. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And Kamala Harris's presidential campaign is vetting potential running mates. The campaign has requested vetting materials from several potential running mates to join the VP on the Democratic ticket, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. And we're learning more details about what state officials knew ahead of the rally at which former President Trump was nearly killed. Here's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
The Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner told the House Homeland Security Committee that he was told the Butler County Emergency Services Unit was in charge of the AGR building outside the Secret Service perimeter, the building from which Thomas Crooks would open fire. That two Butler personnel had eyes on the roof from a second-floor building window, but left their post to go look for Crooks.
Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. He was identified by those members as suspicious, in part because of that.
He also said while communicating among agencies is possible over radio, it is more difficult to do at times with the Secret Service in particular. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned from her position yesterday. President Biden will appoint her successor.
Okay, now
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to address Congress today. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
House Speaker Mike Johnson views the Israeli Prime Minister's visit as a chance to reaffirm U.S. support for the key ally as the war in Gaza continues. Speaker Johnson also blasting Democrats who are choosing not to attend. That includes Vice President and likely Democratic nominee Kamala Harris, which Johnson says is outrageous and unconscionable. But House Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar tells Fox News Radio the vice president's bilateral meeting with Netanyahu is completely appropriate.
I think that sends the message that Israel is an ally.
Some members are choosing not to attend over claims Netanyahu has put civilians in Gaza in danger. Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, San Antonio police are asking any witnesses to come forward that can help them identify who fired a shot from a downtown highway that killed an East Texas track and volleyball coach who was in town for a high school coaches conference. Police say 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire in the back while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar off I-37. Jasper ISD Superintendent John Sabold says the community is heartbroken.
She's been employed here since 2019, but most of us watched her grow up because her dad was a longtime coach and principal here. Her grandpa was a principal here, and her grandmother was a longtime cafeteria manager.
Police Chief William Manis says they're relying on the public's help in this case.
We don't have a known suspect vehicle at the moment. It's very, very difficult to put this together without a witness or without some kind of video.
And no word on a possible motive. Well, an ethics complaint against a San Antonio City Council member is moving forward. A full hearing will be held next month to discuss the complaint filed against District 10 Councilman Mark White. White's accused of interfering in a family law dispute in violation of the city's ethics code. The hearing will take place August 14th. Well, future test flights at the SpaceX facility in South Texas are reportedly in jeopardy.
A coalition of environmental groups is trying to shut down Elon Musk's spaceport. They shot a letter to the Fed saying the launches are destroying migratory nests near Boca Chica that are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
The agencies are allowing SpaceX to run roughshod over environmental laws.
Peter Galvin with the Center for Biological Diversity says the FAA needs to step in. The letter comes about 1 week after Elon Musk announced on social media that he plans to move the SpaceX headquarters from California to Texas. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the rainy weather isn't going away in San Antonio anytime soon. While we're likely to have a relatively dry morning commute, forecasters say showers are likely to pop up throughout the area both later today and tomorrow. The heavier rain should begin Friday and last through the weekend in some areas. Hill country areas near Rock Springs, Kerrville, and Bandera saw over 6 inches of rain that had fallen within 24 hours. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
All right, let's see. Tim mentions correctly that Joe Pags plays the saxophone. However, Joe is not chopped liver, so he can't be in the band. You got to be chopped liver. San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker has just walked into the building. He will be with us in the 7 o'clock hour. He'll be with us till 9 o'clock this morning. Well, it will be a major presidential address tonight, 7 o'clock San Antonio time, as President Joe Biden addresses the nation. We love talking presidential politics and anything presidential with longtime White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. He's been covering presidents dating all the way back to the Bill Clinton administration. John, it will be a historic speech. What do you expect to hear from the president tonight?
Well, that's right. You know this because you're down there in Texas. The last time we've seen a speech like this was way back in 1968, the spring of 1968, when Lyndon Johnson was the president of the United States. I certainly don't remember that, but I've seen video of that. And that will be a similar address that President Biden will deliver tonight, indicating what he said in that statement on Sunday. He will not be a candidate for president of the United States in November, but he will continue to serve as president of the United States all the way through the end of his term, which will be January the 20th of 2025.
And John, on one hand, the president won't have as much pressure to prove he's up for another 4 years, but now he has to show he can handle another 6 months. Do you think he'll make that case in the speech tonight?
Oh, absolutely. I think that he waited a few days until he was fully recovered from COVID to make it clear that this decision that he's made is not in any way a decision based upon his health. This is a decision based upon political circumstances. He will argue, and other Democrats have said, this was a decision that Joe Biden made for the good of the party and for the good of the country. And so that is part of the message that he will deliver tonight. And he will also talk about, in the final 6 months of his presidency, what he intends to accomplish, as far as legislation is concerned, working with the divided Congress.
And John, as you well know, legacy is very important, not only to presidents, but to the rest of us as Americans. What was a president's legacy? And now I think he has a chance to kind of redefine part of his legacy, which is passing the torch to another generation, in this case, Kamala Harris. How much of this speech do you think he'll dedicate to kind of pumping up and really giving a resounding endorsement for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, this is a real gift in the sense that President Biden is getting airtime on every broadcast network as well as every cable channel. So that message that you just alluded to, the message as to why Kamala Harris is the best person to lead the country for the next 4 years, he'll get that opportunity this evening. So it's a little bit of a political argument that he'll make. And of course, as you point out, the legacy argument is also very important for him, for any president. They are concerned about their legacy, and they'll talk about what was accomplished during his presidency, during the first 3.5+ years of his presidency, and what he hopes to accomplish with the remaining time that he has left.
And John, with lingering concerns about his health, do you think he'll face fresh scrutiny about his appearance and his speech delivery, as some Republicans are demanding he resign now?
Yeah, well, I understand that. And, the reason why is to create mischief, number one. And number two, if he resigns now, the Republicans would help choose who the vice president would be in our country. And that's the reason why you're not going to see that happen. You'd have potentially Kamala Harris at the top right now, serving as commander-in-chief, and then Republicans would choose someone like Donald J. Trump as her vice president. That's not going to fly. So in any case, he's going to make it clear that he is perfectly healthy to carry out the duties of president of the United States. I would imagine that all of his future events will be events that will be very choreographed, so to speak. They will be very disciplined, and they will be likely events in which he's reading from remarks, reading from the teleprompter. We've already seen through that debate that happened well over a month ago that the president, quite frankly, is not very good when he's off of prepared remarks. And that's the reason why I expect that for the remaining 6 months, that's the way that we'll see President Biden.
We always appreciate the reporting and analysis from White House correspondent John Decker. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days, then Charlie Parker in studio in just a few minutes as well. WOAI News Time, 6:45. Good morning, Connie. Welcome in. Anybody else who is in here, welcome in. Not everybody chats. I get that. You don't have to chat. It's not a requirement. You can just lurk. You can be a lurker. That's cool. Eric is in here. Good morning, Eric. Eric, I read your text, and I'm so sorry yesterday. It wound up taking longer than I thought, the things I had to record and then the meeting. But you mentioned bringing somebody, Eric, on August 2nd. I'm going to see if I can pull up your text. Absolutely. Eric, we want to make this all, we want to do it the way you want to do it. So any way you want to go is fine with us. And I did bring it up in the meeting, and we are good to go. Oh, in fact, my boss, Terry, said, we want to get you in here a little early and do a promo that we'll put on the radio. And we wanted to anyway. We want to interview you ahead of the event. And what I would like to do is get you in, interview you, and then video you and your portraits so that we can put video out on Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, and elsewhere. So I know we're getting closer. Today's the 24th. So let's see. We got 7 days left in the month and then 2 until the 2nd. So a week from Friday. So we'll, Mr. T is due back tomorrow. Eric, I will coordinate with him. I would imagine since tomorrow's Thursday, if your schedule allows, one of the days next week, Monday's the first day back. So maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. And it could even be Thursday. It could be the day before. But the earlier in the week, we get to shoot the video and get it out there quicker. But Thursday still would work. But I think Tuesday or Wednesday of next week might be a good time if you're free to come in and get you on the radio, record a promo, and shoot some video. So anyway, there's that. We're excited, Eric, and I can't wait for more people to see and be aware of the great work you're doing. Echo 5 Hotel, what is up? Jacob C. Hernandez. What is happening? TV screens drive me crazy. They go off automatically like every hour, and you got to turn them back on again, or they go off. For studios of the future.
Yeah.
Well, several days after he dropped out of the race, President Biden will address the nation from the Oval Office tonight. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers will not be attending Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today. And SAPD has identified a suspect in the shooting death of a Northwest Side Sonic manager. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Look for overcast skies on this Wednesday. Not a great chance of rain, about 40% here or there. Pretty much overcast tomorrow and Friday as well. All 3 days, today, tomorrow, and on Friday, upper 80s, not even 90 degrees. 72 in Kerrville, 75 in New Braunfels, 75 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
San Antonio's first news. I think you know that voice. No, it is not James Earl Jones. That's the voice, or Tommy Lee Jones. And if it were Tommy Lee Jones in studio, I could not make eye contact. Remember, if you ever see Tommy Lee Jones at a restaurant, do not make eye contact. It could go very badly. That is Charlie Parker. Charlie, what is up?
Just waiting on Cowboys camp to open tomorrow.
Woo! Is that tomorrow?
They're in Oxnard now.
Okay.
The buses got there last night, but their first practice is tomorrow.
Now, I heard Jerry Jones' State of the Cowboys address will be delayed because of his paternity court action. He's in court, and that I guess he's countersuing now, saying that the woman saying she's his daughter breached a contract that her mother agreed to.
And we think the presidential campaign is crazy. Anytime you think it's getting out of hand and you need a break, go look up Jerry Jones.
Yes. Well, we got to get to some Cowboys talk with you later this morning. But Charity and I this morning, Charlie, on the Talkback feature, we've been asking our listeners, Donald Trump, to our knowledge, doesn't yet have a nickname for Kamala Harris. Early on, Charity and I both thought Cackling Kamala might be good because she kind of cackles. So we thought, but we've gotten a lot from our listeners. Again, the laughter theme. We got Hyena Harris from Romeo, Kami Kamala from Stephen. Somebody said the giggler, like the Riddler or the Joker, the giggler. David on YouTube says Mala in Spanish means mean person. So
Does it really?
That's what I didn't know. My 2 years of Holmes High School Spanish didn't remind me of that. So let's go to some talkbacks and we'll see if we can find a leader in the clubhouse as a nickname for Kamala Harris that maybe former President Trump could use the rest of the way until the election. Let's go to the talkbacks and one of our favorites, RK. Let's listen to RK. He even gave us the laugh, the laughing queen. A lot of these have to do with laughing or giggling or cackling.
Well, those are pretty much all the images that, especially yesterday, that, certain networks, that's all they want to show you is just, pictures that make her look real bad and of her in some kind of a, animated laughing kind of position.
Going to be interesting if any of those stick. Let's go to another one. This is Cindy. The cackler, as opposed, it's an economy of words instead of cackling Kamala. The cackler, the giggler, the cackler.
I got sidetracked by the fact that she was able to do that while listening to you on the radio.
I heard me in the background.
Yeah.
Yes. that was a little weird. All right. Let's grab another one. Let's go to Mark Kamalama Ding Dong. An Otis Day and the Nights reference.
And that sounds like you can hear that now coming out of Trump's mouth.
Yes.
Kamalama Ding Dong.
And you get to call her a ding dong. Kamalama Ding Dong. Wow. Mark, you might be onto something. Let's do one more. I do believe this is South Texas Willie. Ooh. See, and why I think something like Harebrained Harris, which is what South Texas Willie just said, or Clueless Kamala, Stephen and Lytle, because cackling Kamala, you're just doing a trait. She cackles, she giggles. Right. But when you call someone clueless or harebrained, you're saying, just like Sleepy Joe.
You're taking saying, a real shot.
Yeah, you shouldn't be a president because you're clueless or you're harebrained.
Well, let's hope he doesn't get to the point where he starts calling her those names after she's president.
Well, that would assume that if she is president, I think we're going to hear a whole lot of other stuff from Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and I have a feeling he probably would not recognize her as president, but who knows? It's going to be very, very interesting along the way. We got 104 days until the election. We are your election headquarters, and we will get serious at 7:10. Former President Donald Trump had a conference call with reporters yesterday. We will listen in. Coming up at 7:10 on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Mike Opelka coming at 7:20. Charlie Parker in studio. Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know right now, because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden will address the nation tonight, and an East Texas community is mourning the loss of a teacher and coach who was fatally shot in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday. Chance of showers this morning into the afternoon. A high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight. A low of 73. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, President Biden will explain his reasons for ending his re-election bid during an Oval Office speech tonight. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
The president says a national address tonight will offer what lies ahead and how he plans to finish the job for the American people. The Oval Office speech is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Time. President Biden made his first public appearances since announcing he would not run for re-election yesterday as he returned to Washington from Delaware, where he spent several days isolated with COVID. During a brief phone call with campaign staff during a visit to Wilmington by Vice President Kamala Harris, the president said he still intends to finish his agenda and believes he's on the verge of brokering a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Trump is gearing up for his campaign to take on Vice President Kamala Harris. Here's Fox's Bill Malugin.
Former President Trump putting focus on the VP in a call with reporters.
If Kamala Harris does end up being the Democrats' nominee, will you commit to debating her at least one time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'd want to. I think it's important. I would be willing to do more than one debate, actually.
Trump also sounded off on Truth Social moments after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned, posting, quote, "The Biden-Harris administration did not properly protect me, and I was forced to take a bullet for democracy. It was my great honor to do so."
Meantime, some black voters are optimistic at the prospect of President Kamala Harris. Gary Bledsoe, who heads the NAACP of Texas, says the very fact that she's a candidate is breaking a glass ceiling.
We can't understate the significance of having an African American female put forth as someone who might potentially lead the presidential ticket for one of the two major parties.
This week, members of the Congressional Black Caucus said Harris is the right person at the right time to get the job done. Meantime, Harris will be in Houston tomorrow to give a keynote speech to the American Federation of Teachers Convention. Well, Harris will skip the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today as Democrats express their discontent with the nation's war with Hamas in Gaza due to the high civilian death toll. Speaking on Fox's Hannity, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham weighed in.
This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we literally do not have Bibi's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F.
Meanwhile, former President Trump said he will meet with Netanyahu on Friday at Mar-a-Lago. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned after testifying before Congress about the security at that Pennsylvania rally where a shooter attempted to take the life of Trump. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn says they still don't have the answers.
What we have is a situation where she should have been fired on that Saturday night, and she has persisted. She couldn't give us answers on the phone call that we had Wednesday afternoon with her. And then she shows up yesterday and she still cannot give answers.
President Biden says he will appoint a new Secret Service director. Well, a school district in East Texas is mourning the death of a coach who was shot outside a San Antonio bar. Jasper ISD officials say 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar downtown. Burt was in town for a high school coaches conference, and Police Chief William McManus believes the gunfire came from a vehicle on nearby Interstate 37.
She was struck by a single bullet in the back while she was seated outside on the patio. Now, this appears that it may have come from the highway, someone randomly shooting as they drove by.
No arrests have been made and a motive for the shooting is unknown. Meantime, police have ID'd the suspect in July 7th shooting of a Sonic manager as Adaya Roberson. She's believed to have shot and killed Daniel Shrewsbury after the two got into an argument about money outside the Sonic drive-in on the city's northwest side. Anyway, anyone with information is asked to call police. And 2024 is proving to be a wet year for the city and the Texas Hill Country.
San Antonio Water Company reports nearly 27 inches of rain has fallen in the Alamo City already. Last year, the total was just over 32.5 inches. Since Friday, the Edwards Aquifer level has jumped almost 3.5 feet, a rarely seen sight. The Hill Country has seen 2 to 4 inches since Sunday night, with some isolated areas getting 6 and 7 inches, while rain gauges at San Antonio's airport registered under an inch. A couple more inches could accumulate over the next few days as forecasts call for a 40 to 50% chance of sporadic rain daily through Sunday, with today's rain likely to fall south and east of San Antonio. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's First News, Charlie Parker in studio until 9 o'clock this morning. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T is off today. He's back tomorrow. So you get your Mr. T fix tomorrow. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew directing our online video broadcast on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI. You can watch that. We have Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast at 7:20, but coming right up, we will listen in as former President Donald Trump spoke on a conference call with reporters yesterday, and he talked about how many times he would like to debate Kamala Harris. That's coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Overcast skies today, about a 40% chance of rain popping up here or there throughout the day. Look for a high around 88 degrees. 87, 88 degrees tomorrow and on Friday, so not even hitting 90. That's good news. 74 in Leon Valley, 75 in Seguin, 75 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
San Antonio's First News every weekday morning at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio, and quite often that audio involves former President Donald Trump. It certainly does this morning. This was a conference call yesterday with reporters, among other things, his thoughts on upcoming debate or debates with the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris. Let's listen in. That is former President Donald Trump on a conference call with reporters yesterday. And Charlie, at the top of that audio bite, we heard him say he'd be open to more than one debate, couple of debates, maybe even more with Kamala Harris. And Trump tends to be fairly successful when a debate happens.
Usually, my money is still on the fact that debates won't take place.
Zero.
Wow.
Why do you say that?
I just don't. I think that both of them, right now, that's what people want to hear, that there's going to be debates. I think both of them have, with everything being as clouded and confused as it is, I think both of them have too much to lose by just stumbling one time, or, maybe more, but, stumbling at the wrong time in a debate. I just don't think they would risk it. What, is there really an upside? I mean, we already
in a close race, and I think it's going to be close, even though the former president just said
close as well.
I mean, you each, I would think, would be chomping at the bit to want to get. And from Kamala Harris's perspective, Charity, the Democrats are 0-1 in debates thus far. You would think she'd want to redeem what President Biden did.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Charlie in the sense that it is the stakes are high, and it's going to be a defining moment. It was for Biden that ultimately led to him probably dropping out of the race.
Keyword right there, defining.
Yeah,
it could be a defining moment, and you don't want to be on the wrong end of that defining moment. Look, I've been wrong before. I don't remember when the last time it was.
1964. I think that was 1964.
Yeah, I do remember that incident. Yeah, I said something to my dad I shouldn't have said. I just, again, I could be wrong, but my money is on the fact that they won't take place.
All right. We'll continue to track that over the next 104 days until the 2024 election. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. We love giving his unique take on the big stories of the morning. You don't want to miss it. WOAI News Time, 7:15. Kay, welcome in. SWAT Cats, welcome in. Anybody new to the stream? I see 20 of you in here right now. Welcome in. San Antonio's First News, Charlie Parker in studio. We are moments away from checking in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden will address the nation tonight from the Oval Office. The head of the Secret Service resigns amid growing pressure, and the feds are investigating Delta Airlines after days of canceled flights following that global computer outage. Well, the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
You will see some peaks of sunshine over the next 3 or 4 days, but for the most part, at least today, tomorrow, and on Friday, it will be overcast. Chances of rain here and there. You know how that works. This is South Texas, and you've been here a while. Temperatures in the upper 80s. 72 in Bernie, 73 in Buda, 75 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 721.
San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We become one with Mike Opelka of the Pure Opelka podcast. He is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated.
Mike, good morning. Charlie Parker once again on this Wednesday morning. We, of course, have plenty of stuff to talk about, but I want to take it a little bit off the beaten path. You know that I am a big summer Olympic. Well, I like all of the Olympics, but particularly the Summer Olympics. And the festivity, the opening ceremony is on Friday, but there is some competition tomorrow. It took me a long time to get to the point here. Snoop Dogg carrying the Olympic torch.
Yeah, he's not exactly doing the Muhammad Ali thing where he's lighting the cauldron, but he is bringing it into the area close to the Olympic ceremonies. He's one of the many, many, many people who will be given the honor. It is kind of interesting. I would like to know either who made the donation or the inspiration to do this. But then again, you got to admit, Snoop has made a great career out of what could have been a terrible upbringing as a young man.
And if he needs to light up along the way, he doesn't have to reach in his pocket for a lighter.
I'm sure there'll be an ad for his various marijuana businesses.
And Mike, with Kimberly Cheadle gone, the Secret Service now wants Trump to stick to indoor rallies. Might that negatively affect his campaign moving forward?
It could, Charity. And there was a report earlier this morning that said that the campaign had agreed to that. And I'm wondering if that is accurate. It seems like you're limiting the Trump campaign instead of saying we'll just try and work harder to make sure we can protect the former president no matter where he is. I don't get it. This is equivalent to dumbing down of America. You know, we'll just lower the expectations. No, we should be raising the expectations and the performance.
So, Mike, the big address tonight from President Joe Biden, 7 o'clock Central Time. In addition to your popcorn, will you have a Kleenex box nearby? Do you think you might shed a tear as he explains why he won't run again for president?
Do you really think that's the message tonight? Do you think, I think
we're going to hear a lot of Kamala love and look at my record and look at all I did in 3.5 years.
Is there a chance he says, all of that, and I've got Parkinson's and I can't continue? And Kamala will be taking the oath of office on Friday.
No chance at all.
See, I think there's a better than 50% chance, Charlie.
Whoa.
I got 50 that says it doesn't.
You got 50?
Yeah.
Cents?
No, dollars.
I like it. On-air political betting. I like it.
All right. So now I want to get some clearance here on this. Is it to Charlie Parker or to Charlie Parker's favorite charity?
Which is right here.
Which is Charlie Parker.
She wishes.
All right, Charlie. I'll put my money where my big fat mouth is.
Okay.
I think there's a better than 50% chance, so I'm willing to back it up, that Biden formally says he can't do this anymore?
Well, he might say he can't do it anymore, but he's not going to announce some kind of, for lack of a better phrase, some kind of a disease. He's not going to. No, I don't. Come to think of it right now, I don't think either of that's going to happen. I mean, he'll allude to it to some degree, but he's not going to say. He's not going to give us a diagnosis and say that that's why he's leaving.
See, I go back and say this was all part of the plan even before, when he told Barack Obama and we told Kamala Harris, if we disagree on something, I'll develop a disease and resign.
Well, they've got a plan, but look how their plans worked the last couple of years.
That's a good point. Fair point. I'll still put it out there, Charlie.
Okay,
I
I'll
got
do the same
50
thing.
on it.
My charity to your charity.
All right.
And we all love charity. Charity, what do you got?
Recent polling, Mike, is that a cause for concern for the Trump campaign? Because, Kamala's in and Biden is out, and the numbers seem to be trending in one direction.
Well, yeah, Kamala Harris certainly had a substantial bump in the polling. I would say it's a halo effect of the events of the last week and the pent-up frustration with Joe Biden since that debate. We'll see what happens going forward, and watch what happens if there is a debate and the performance of Kamala Harris with her record actually on the line is brought to the people's attention. I think it's an anomaly.
You can get a lot more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts, including the free iHeartRadio app. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up, Charity has everything you need to know what's going on, big stories in the world on this Wednesday morning. Then at 7:40, the Dallas Cowboys open their training camp, and there's no bigger Dallas Cowboys fan than Mr. Charlie Parker. We'll talk a little Cowboys. What's his expectation for the Cowboys, having lost so many starters, so that we can pay Dak, theoretically, and Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb? That and a whole lot more coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:26. David, welcome in. Sleepy, SWAT Cats, Kay, Jacob. Anybody who's in here, welcome. Charity McCurdy is coming right up at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk a little Dallas Cowboys at 7:40 with Charlie. Cowboys now in Oxnard, where they will have their training camp. Jerry Jones not there. He's got a little paternity lawsuit, which interesting now is his turn. He is countersuing the young lady who is suing him, saying she is his daughter. He reportedly had an affair with her mom in 1993 in Little Rock, Arkansas. The mom was a American Airlines airline counter person that reportedly Jerry Jones had a little something going on with, and she got pregnant. So apparently an arrangement was made to where money would be paid yearly, and a non-disclosure agreement was signed. So apparently Jerry Jones is saying two things. One, that family is in violation of the contract, including the non-disclosure agreement. And two, that woman, I think she's like 28 or 30 by now, is not my daughter. Let's see, we could do the math on that. This is 2024 plus 7. So she'd be 31 by now, ish. Let's see, if it was 93, that was 31 years ago. See, she was born 9 months later. So she's not yet, she's probably 30 now, not yet 31. See my Holmes High School math at work? Tim is in the Philippines. Now he's dealing with a super typhoon. Is that typhoon coming your way, Tim? That's not good. Coffee. I missed coffee for 10 days. I was on a little diet/cleanse. Here's Charity.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the Trump campaign is accusing Biden and Harris of violating campaign finance laws, and an East Texas community is mourning the loss of a beloved coach and teacher shot and killed in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday: chance of showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Right now, we're at 75 degrees. Well, the Trump campaign has filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission. Fox's Ted Linder has more on Decision 2024.
The campaign accusing President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris of violating campaign finance laws by transferring his $91 million in fundraising cash to her new campaign. The president announcing on Sunday that he would not run for re-election and quickly endorsed the vice president to run for the Democratic ticket in his place and transferred the $91.5 million in campaign cash over to her. The Harris campaign calling the complaint baseless. Ted Linder, Fox News.
Meantime, Trump says he'll debate Kamala Harris as she is now the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. Trump told reporters he'd be willing to debate Harris multiple times if she's nominated as expected during next month's DNC. Trump, however, suggested he would not participate in a debate hosted by ABC News, which was previously scheduled when President Biden was expected to still be in the race. And social media is ablaze with memes of Kamala Harris in support of his new campaign. This comes after British pop star Charlie XCX lovingly declared the vice president as a brat. Fox's Matt Finn explains.
The nickname brat has become a popular term for a cool, wild party girl. A famous British pop singer called Vice President Kamala Harris a brat, and now Harris is running with it as a significant endorsement among young voters. With a simple tweet, British pop singer Charlie XCX crowned Harris a brat. The Kamala HQ Twitter account changed its backdrop to the same lime green brat color and font that the pop singer uses in her brat campaign. The internet is also starting to use a coconut tree as a symbol for Kamala Harris.
Meantime, Harris's presidential campaign is vetting potential running mates. The campaign has requested vetting materials from several potential running mates to join the vice president on the Democratic ticket, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Well, new body cam footage related to the assassination attempt against former President Trump has been revealed. Here's Fox's CB Cotton.
This body camera video shows the moments right after gunman Thomas Crooks was killed. We've been told that he was identified as suspicious by local law enforcement before the shooting. But now this body camera video appears to confirm that Crooks was identified as suspicious to at least some Secret Service agents.
This is his bike with the stuff. And our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe. Okay. But he would be right inside that window.
Ronald Rowe has been named the new acting director of the Secret Service after Kimberly Cheadle faced intense scrutiny for the apparent security lapses during the July 13th rally.
And Cheadle resigned from her position yesterday. President Biden will appoint her successor. Well, San Antonio police are asking for any witnesses to come forward that can help them identify who fired a shot from a downtown highway that killed an East Texas track and volleyball coach who was in town for a high school coaches conference. Police say 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire in the back while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar. Jasper ISD Superintendent John Sable said the community is heartbroken.
She's been employed here since 2019, but most of us watched her grow up because her dad was a longtime coach and principal here. Her grandpa was a principal here, and her grandmother was a longtime cafeteria manager.
And Police Chief William McManus says they're relying on the public's help in this case.
We don't have a known suspect vehicle at the moment. It's very, very difficult to put this together without a witness or without some kind of video.
And so far, no word on a possible motive. Well, the feds are investigating Delta Airlines after days of canceled flights following a global computer outage on Friday. The Department of Transportation's Office of Aviation Consumer Protection is looking into the issues at the airline after thousands of cancellations left travelers scrambling. The issue started after a software update from cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike affected computers running Microsoft Windows. Delta says it's working around the clock to get operations back to normal. And future test flights at the SpaceX facility in South Texas are in jeopardy.
A coalition of environmental groups is trying to shut down Elon Musk's spaceport. They shot a letter to the feds saying the launches are destroying migratory nests near Boca Chica that are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
The agencies are allowing SpaceX to run roughshod over environmental laws.
Peter Galvin with the Center for Biological Diversity says the FAA needs to step in. The letter comes about 1 week after Elon Musk announced on social media that he plans to move the SpaceX headquarters from California to Texas. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:38. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker in studio. She's Charity McCurdy. Mr. T off today. He'll be back tomorrow. I'm Chris Duell. We are your Decision 2024 election headquarters because we are all about America and America's team. The Dallas Cowboys have arrived in Oxnard for training camp. Charlie, are you feeling the excitement building for football season?
Always. It starts building the day the college football season ends and the day the NFL season ends, right after the Super Bowl. I'm ready for it to get back underway.
It's closer.
And don't try to appease me with, XFL, IFL, whatever they are. That doesn't work for me. I was watching Channel 4 last night with Don, and I saw the buses pulling into Oxnard, and the first thing that hit my mind was, I wonder if C.D. Lamb is on one of those buses.
Ooh.
And haven't heard, but my money would be on the fact that he was not. Because he says he's, he wants that Jefferson money that he got with the Vikings. And he might just get it. Dak, I think, will be at training camp. Dak tries to make us believe that, we'll let the money work itself out.
Yeah.
He's behind the scenes. He's wanting more money as well. I don't know if he gets what he wants.
He wants Mahomes money is what he wants, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. The big thing for the Cowboys for me is a couple of things. Exits. We lost our center in Biotish. You can't lose.
Not good.
A center, not good. Zach Martin is up in the air. Is he going to retire? Is he going to make it through training camp? Is he going to make it through the year? Will he stay healthy? Dak, CD, you don't know what's going on there. But the biggest issue for me with the Dallas Cowboys is, and you know this as well as anybody, in the NFL, if you can't run, you can't pass. And if you can't pass, you can't run.
Mm-hmm.
And Tony Pollard's gone.
Yes.
That is a big suspect area for me.
Zeke is back.
Like I said, it's a big suspect area for me on what's going to happen there because you can't do it. You can't do it in the NFL by committee. You've got to have a horse. And Zach or Zeke is not the guy to do that.
That was the reason they let him go over a year ago, and he wound up a year with the Patriots.
Yeah,
his skills were diminishing,
yes,
as a running back skills will after 5, 6, 7 years in the NFL,
or 5, 6, 7 zeros at the end of a paycheck.
Correct. Yes,
that'll help your skills diminish.
They paid him when they shouldn't have. Charity, Charity? I'm a huge Cowboys fan like Charlie, but I'm also pessimistic. They lost a lot of starters because they're going to have to pay big money contracts to Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, and CD Lamb. I think they're going to go 8-9. I am not. They would go 8-8 if they could, but there's a 17-game season now. Charity, how you feel about the Cowboys?
Yeah, same as it ever was. That's what I'm expecting. Every time we start off strong, my hopes get up and then only to be completely dashed. We got Mike McCarthy. We got the same quarterback. I just don't see any big changes taking place. And Jerry Jones is pulling strings. So what's going to change?
Jerry always will.
Yeah.
Until he passes along
Now
to
what-
Steven, and then he'll pull the string.
What do you think about? I don't like Mike McCarthy at all.
No,
What do
me
you
either.
think? What do you think about? I would like Mike McCarthy to be fired midseason like Wade Phillips was after that horrible loss to the Packers many years ago. Fire Mike McCarthy, bring in Bill Belichick. Dude has won Super Bowls. He's a disciplinarian. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I think if things go badly, sure, absolutely. I'm the eternal optimist when it comes to the Cowboys, even though I know I shouldn't be. So I'm hoping for good things. You said 8-9?
8-9. I hope
figure
I'm
if they're
wrong.
going to disappoint me along the way, I might as well shoot for the stars, and I'll go 10-7.
Okay.
But they've got a very, very, very difficult schedule. They got the NFC East, and everybody in that division is better.
Mm-hmm.
They have to play the AFC North. In case you forgot, that's Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati.
Ouch.
They also have Detroit, San Francisco on the schedule. Houston Texans are on the schedule. It's a very, very tough schedule. I'll be there every Sunday at the start of the game. I don't know if I'll be there at the end of it.
I'll be there swearing at my television set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a friend who comes over for a lot of the Cowboy games on Sundays, and there's been several occasions, most recently last year, where he gets up and leaves the house and doesn't even tell anybody he's leaving. You think he's gone to the bathroom or say, hey, where'd Mikey go? His truck's not out there anymore. He left.
That's what the Cowboys will do to you. That's what the Cowboys will do to you. All right. More coming up. We're getting more talkbacks, by the way. We're looking for a nickname former President Donald Trump can use for Kamala Harris. We've got Kemper and others coming right up. WOAI News Time, 746. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we're going to hear more from you. What should Kamala Harris's Trump nickname be? What should the former president call her as far as, Sleepy Joe, Lion Ted, Little Marco? We need a nickname. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
After exiting the race, President Biden is planning to address the nation in prime time tonight from the Oval Office. Donald Trump says he will debate Vice President Kamala Harris, and SAPD is asking for the public's help in tracking down whoever shot and killed an East Texas coach. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Okay, chances of rain today through probably Saturday. About 40% today, here or there. Upper 80s for highs today, tomorrow, and on Friday. 75 in Von Ormy, 76 at Randolph, 76 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 7:53.
San Antonio's first news, that is Charlie Parker. She is Charity McCurdy. Mr. T off today. He'll be back tomorrow. I'm Chris Duell. Got a big 8 o'clock hour coming up. We will talk about the Secret Service in turmoil. What is next for the Secret Service now that their director has resigned? National correspondent Aaron Real at 8:10. At 8:20, Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez. His thoughts on where we stand in decision 2024. But we've been asking you all morning on the free iHeartRadio app on the Talkback feature. We don't have a nickname yet from former President Trump for Kamala Harris, now that she is the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party. In fact, we've heard of former President Trump talking about Kamala Harris. Okay, he laughing Kamala, and see, I said he would pronounce it Kamala instead of Kamala, which is what, the way she pronounces it.
I didn't know there was a difference until yesterday.
Well, now you know.
Yeah.
So you got 104 more days till the election to
practice.
to practice. So we've been asking the people, and so let's listen to a couple more and let's react. Let's go to Mac. Those are both very, very good, Mac. 2 place, because you're coming in second place. Hey, 2 place. I like that. All right. Kemper usually delivers the goods on the Talkback. Let's listen to Kemper. All right. That's Kemper. That's a great point. But I got a feeling, Charlie, as much as Kemper is calling for the former president to seek a higher ground here in this debate over policy with Kamala Harris, I got a feeling there are nicknames and one-liners coming from Donald Trump.
Oh, they're coming.
Yeah.
But I'd like to echo what Kemper said 100%. I'm not big on the name calling, especially when you're talking about the 2 highest offices in the United States of America. That's just me.
Yeah.
And going back to earlier when we were discussing about having debates or whatever, and I said, there's too much to lose for for both of them. I don't think that they will happen. And of course, I could be wrong. But that's one of the places you don't want to get into one of those and start with the name calling and, really cut your throat. In the moment, get heated, do something, and the next thing you know, okay, as Charity called it, defining moment, and that defining moment isn't on your side.
That's a huge point, Charity, and there could be some landmines here for Donald Trump because Kamala Harris is a woman, and part of what she's trying to do is rally the female vote in America, and with regard to, among other issues, the overturning of Roe v. Wade. She wants to make sure that things go back to what they were a couple of years ago before the Supreme Court made that decision. So how do you think that's all going to play out? Do you think we'll see Donald Trump with the zingers?
I think we will. Trump has a history of knowing how to fire up his loyal base, and they expect that from him. And he does it in a showmanship type way where he's not doing it with anger behind it. He's doing it jokingly. And so I think he's able to get away with more than the average person when it comes to name calling. I realize it's a different arena with a woman. But I think, he will stay the course. I mean, that's what he does, especially at campaign rallies.
See, I find that really interesting, and it's a good point. But it's on one hand, we're saying, he could get himself into trouble because it's a woman, and maybe he shouldn't. Well, isn't the vice president position in the United States of America more important than being a woman?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so got to watch our step here because it's a woman, but we don't have to watch our step here and respect the office of the vice president in the United States of America.
Great point.
It's just confusing.
Yeah, we live in a world of double standards, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Big 8 o'clock hour coming up. Representative Tony Gonzalez joining us at 8:20. Stick around. We got a lot coming at you. WOAI News Time 7:58.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden will address the nation tonight. And in East Texas communities mourning the loss of a coach who was fatally shot in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday. Chance of showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Get a move on. It is 75 degrees. Well, President Biden will explain his reasons for ending his re-election bid during an Oval Office speech tonight. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
The president says a national address tonight will offer what lies ahead and how he plans to finish the job for the American people. The Oval Office speech is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Time. President Biden made his first public appearances since announcing he would not run for re-election yesterday as he returned to Washington from Delaware, where he spent several days isolated with COVID. During a brief phone call with campaign staff during a visit to Wilmington by Vice President Kamala Harris, the president said he still intends to finish his agenda and believes he's on the verge of brokering a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Trump is gearing up for his campaign to take on VP Kamala Harris. Here's Fox's Bill Malugin.
Former President Trump putting focus on the VP in a call with reporters.
If Kamala Harris does end up being the Democrats' nominee, will you commit to debating her at least one time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'd want to. I think it's important. I would be willing to do more than one debate, actually.
Trump also sounded off on Truth Social moments after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned, posting, quote, "The Biden-Harris administration did not properly protect me, and I was forced to take a bullet for democracy. It was my great honor to do so."
Meantime, some black voters are optimistic at the prospect of a President Kamala Harris. Gary Bledsoe, who heads the NAACP of Texas, says the very fact that she's a candidate is breaking a glass ceiling.
We can't understate the significance of having an African-American female put forth as someone who might potentially lead the presidential ticket for one of the two major parties.
This week, members of the Congressional Black Caucus said Harris is the right person at the right time to get the job done. Harris will be in Houston tomorrow to give a keynote speech to the American Federation of Teachers Convention. Well, demonstrators gathered in the Cannon Rotunda protesting Israel's government ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress set for today. Here's Fox's Chad Pergram.
Swarms of pro-Palestinian protesters occupying a Capitol office building. Capitol Police making arrests, with staffers for one Democratic Congressman, Dan Kildee, barricading themselves inside their office as protesters banged on the doors. Protesters not welcome near the Capitol for the speech, a giant fence encircling the complex. But Republicans say Netanyahu is welcome, but absent Vice President Harris in Indianapolis for a pre-scheduled event. Republicans making Harris's absence a campaign issue.
And Netanyahu will meet with Harris at the White House this week, despite her absence from his address today. Well, a school district in East Texas is mourning the death of a coach who was shot outside a San Antonio bar. 28-year-old Aiden Burt was killed early Tuesday when she was struck by gunfire while sitting outside the Smoke Sky Bar downtown. Burt was in town for a high school coaches conference. Police Chief William McManus believes the gunfire came from a vehicle on nearby I-37.
She was struck by a single bullet in the back while she was seated outside on the patio. Now, this appears that it may have come from the highway, someone randomly shooting as they drove by.
No arrests have been made and a motive for the shooting is unknown. Well, this year is proving to be a wet one for San Antonio and the Texas Hill Country.
San Antonio Water Company reports nearly 27 inches of rain has fallen in the Alamo City already. Last year, the total was just over 32.5 inches. Since Friday, the Edwards Aquifer level has jumped almost 3.5 feet, a rarely seen sight. The whole country has seen 2 to 4 inches since Sunday night, with some isolated areas getting 6 and 7 inches, while rain gauges at San Antonio's airport registered under an inch. A couple more inches could accumulate over the next few days, as forecasts call for a 40 to 50% chance of sporadic rain daily through Sunday, with today's rain likely to fall south and east of San Antonio. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
WOAI, it is San Antonio's first news. We got a big 8 o'clock hour coming at you. Moments away from national correspondent Aaron Real. What is next for the Secret Service now that their director, Kimberly Cheadle, has resigned? Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez is going to join us at 8:20. His take on the current status of Decision 2024. And at 8:40, University of Texas presidential historian Jeremy Surrey comparing what Lyndon Baines Johnson did in 1968, not seeking re-election, to Joe Biden doing that today in 2024. Charlie Parker in studio, lots to cover. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Chance of rain today, overcast. Look for high in the upper 80s. Rain chances continue tomorrow and Friday, just not as great. Also upper 80s. Right now in China Grove, 76. Castroville, 74. 75 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 8:11.
San Antonio's first news, that is Charlie Parker. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. We believe we're expecting a phone call from national correspondent Aaron Real. Coming up, we do have Representative Tony Gonzalez. He represents the 23rd Congressional District in Texas. We always love talking with him. And in fact, right now we do have national correspondent Aaron Real, who has been keeping a close eye on the Secret Service. Of course, the big story yesterday happened right after we got off the air, so less than 24 hours ago. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned. So, Aaron, what is next for the Secret Service?
Nothing good. We can say that. Listen, this was almost anticipated, and whether or not she was designed to fail or was truly that evasive when it came to answering questions from the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, it doesn't matter. She's gone. And this is following the many questions that were asked of her and the Secret Service's actions surrounding the Trump rally a couple weeks ago, where a 20-year-old gunman, Thomas Crooks, was able to get a shot off at the president, clip part of his ear, kill a man, and critically wound 2 others. So as of now, the Secret Service Deputy Director, Donald Rowe, he's going to serve as acting director until a permanent director is selected by the president. This is all coming from Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who appointed that Deputy Director, Ronald Rowe. Listen, she had to go. It was unacceptable what happened. But at the same time, her departure should not stop the panel from demanding more accountability from the Secret Service.
And Aaron, we're hearing the Secret Service wants the Trump campaign now to stick to indoor rallies. Is this a manpower issue or a competency issue?
Hard to say, which is why that oversight committee is so important. It could be a competency issue. Listen, it's no secret that the Secret Service in recent years has had a lot of criticism of it because there's been a series of scandals. There's been a series of missteps. They're always popping up at strip clubs while they're supposed to be on duty. It's a problem. It's an important job. You're supposed to be protecting arguably one of the most important people on the planet, along with their family and others around them. This is not something to be trifled with. And when you have a failure of this magnitude and you don't get answers, direct, concise, cogent answers from the powers that be, it leaves a vacuum for conspiracy theories. And you can't fault people for looking to other sources of information when the sources that are supposed to be the reliable ones are so vague.
Couldn't it be a safety issue?
For sure. Oh, you mean the sloped roof that she said?
No, I'm talking about the suggestion to have just indoor rallies. Y'all are discussing it's either this issue or that issue. I'm asking, you didn't say safety. I'm just wondering, couldn't it be a safety issue?
Oh, of course. And sorry, I didn't say that. It almost goes without saying, yes, safety is imperative to both the people providing the security and the actual candidates themselves. It's for sure a safety issue. That is a massive part of the equation here. But again, the gaps that have been had by the Secret Service in recent years are a bigger problem. And oftentimes when you have these big bureaucratic bodies, we put too much of the onus on the person at the top. And yes, they are important, and if it fails, they need to be responsible for it, and they got to go. But at the same time, this is a large ship and doesn't turn easily. And there's lots of people you can look to and point fingers, and finding out where this started, addressing the problem more holistically and seeing, okay, how do we let this never, ever, ever happen again? That's a very important part of the process.
Amen to that. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. As we roll forward, a Republican perspective on where we stand in decision 2024. Representative Tony Gonzalez of the 23rd Congressional District joins us next. WOAI News Time, 8:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then Representative Tony Gonzalez will join us. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, at 7 o'clock tonight, President Biden will make a rare speech from the Oval Office. Former President Trump says he wants to debate VP Kamala Harris more than once. And San Antonio is on pace for record rainfall. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Cloudy skies the next 3 days. Look for highs in the upper 80s through Friday. There are chances of rain today, tomorrow, and on Friday. Not as great as they were yesterday, but hey, a chance is a chance. 75 at the Snake Farm, 76 in Floresville, 76 in San Antonio, and WOAI News Time is 8:20.
San Antonio's first news, that is Charlie Parker. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. And right now we welcome in Congressman from the 23rd District in the great state of Texas, Congressman Tony Gonzalez. And Congressman, just a week ago, it was the Republican National Convention. Democrats getting ready for their convention in just 26 days. Now, the Republican convention, we saw some unusual people taking the microphone, like Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock. How do you think the Democrats are going to put on their convention to rally around Kamala Harris?
It's not to like about Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock, and there's a lot of energy certainly on the Republican Party, and primaries are meant to have dust ups. I think you saw that too, especially on the Republican side. You had everybody that ran against Donald Trump get up there and say positive things and kind of move on from there. Good luck for the Democrats on trying to one up that convention. But I think next month in Chicago, they have their own challenges on their side to figure out what they're going to do next. And it seems like a lot of people are circling behind Kamala Harris, but I think there's a lot of people that aren't going to get on board. And I think I'll just mention that with Senator Manchin and others that just said, I don't know if she necessarily can beat Donald Trump. I think many people believe she can't.
And Congressman, do you think this was the plan all along, despite what Biden campaign officials told us up until Sunday morning, or was this truly a last-minute decision by the president?
I think it's pretty clear to anybody that Joe Biden has had problems for a long time, and this is one of the things that I was worried about before. I'm worried about now. Is everyone's talking about November, and we don't swear in a new president until January. That's 6 months from now. Who's taking care of the country now? I'm talking today, this week. We saw this CrowdStrike thing that happened with Microsoft a few days ago that literally stranded people, and I know Border Patrol was impacted, a lot of 911 services. So that's what I worry about. Is like I get it. Everyone's talking about the presidential race. It's a presidential year, but what about what is going on today? I don't know if necessarily that was always the plan for them to kind of bail out now, but it was pretty evident, I think, to anybody watching that Joe Biden has been ill for a long time.
And Congressman, yet I wonder from a Republican strategy point of view, if Biden is forced to resign, and I know a lot of Republicans say now, resign. If you can't run for president, you can't be president. Do Republicans really want Kamala Harris to have incumbency, to have the presidency? I mean, she can speak from the Oval Office at any time. That's going to have influence. What if there is a national or global crisis and she handles it well? Do you think that's a good idea politically for the Republicans?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, what you're going to get from me is you're always going to, I wear my opinions and my positions on my sleeve. I think what you're hearing is a lot of politicians talk like politicians, right? They're supposed to say these things. They're supposed to, or, they think they're supposed to get up there and say, oh, he needs to resign today, knowing full well, unless there's a serious medical issue, that Joe Biden is not going anywhere. And even if there were, they would hide him or they do these other things. There's too much at stake, if you will. But once again, I'm trying to not look through the political lens. And I think, to your point, probably not a good idea to allow her to kind of get in the seat, if you will. But I'm looking at it through the lens of like, hey, just who's taking care of the day to day? I'm worried about the country. There's a lot going around in the world. Israel just bombed Yemen, the Houthis in Israel. I mean, in Yemen, and it just reminds me a lot of pre 9/11, where there's all these things happening. No one thinks, everyone thinks everything will be fine until it isn't. I don't want to see anything like that happen. I spend a lot of my time on the national security piece.
Our thanks to Congressman Tony Gonzalez, big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. And going to be very interesting tonight, Charlie. 7 o'clock tonight, we hear from Joe Biden. He addresses the nation. And you got a wager on it with Mike Opelka. Mike says he's going to reveal to America some kind of an ailment that will keep him from continuing to be the president. And you don't think that's going to happen?
No, I think he spent too much time selling the fact that he was still capable of being the president of the United States. It's only been 4 days since he made the decision.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see him doing it. He's not going to do anything that's going to take away from Harris or take away from the Democratic Party, I don't think. And I don't think it will be a long address. I think it'll be relatively short.
Going to be interesting. It's 7 o'clock tonight. We'll see what happens. We'll certainly be all over it. Coming up at 8:40, University of Texas presidential historian Jeremy Surrey. We've kind of been here before in 1968 when Lyndon Baines Johnson chose not to seek re-election. He will help us compare that with what we're seeing today from Joe Biden. And we'll talk other big issues about this election with him as well. Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
8:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the Trump campaign is accusing Biden and Harris of violating campaign finance laws, and in East Texas communities mourning the loss of a beloved teacher and coach shot and killed in San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Wednesday. Chance of showers this morning into the afternoon, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, the Trump campaign has filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission. Fox's Ted Linder has more on Decision 2024.
The campaign accusing President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris of violating campaign finance laws by transferring his $91 million in fundraising cash to her new campaign. The president announcing on Sunday that he would not run for re-election and quickly endorsed the vice president to run for the Democratic ticket in his place and transferred the $91.5 million in campaign cash over to her. The Harris campaign calling the complaint baseless. Ted Linder, Fox News.
Meantime, Trump says he will debate Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump told reporters he'd be willing to debate Harris multiple times if she's nominated as expected during next month's DNC. Trump, however, suggested he would not participate in a debate hosted by ABC News, which was previously scheduled when President Biden was expected to still be in the race. And civil rights groups are calling the Kamala Harris campaign historic. Michael Board reports.
Gary Bledsoe, who heads the NAACP of Texas, says the very fact that she's a candidate is breaking a glass ceiling.
It is about time that we see an African-American woman at the head of a presidential ticket.
Members of the Congressional Black Caucus this week said Kamala Harris is the right person at the right time. Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
From the moment that she got into this race, you have seen nothing but history being made, finally, for the right reasons.
Harris will need this help. It was black voters who helped Biden win the 2020 primaries and ultimately the White House. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And Harris's presidential campaign is vetting potential running mates. The campaign has requested vetting materials from several potential running mates to join the vice president on the Democratic ticket, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. We're learning more details about what state officials knew ahead of the rally at which former President Trump was nearly killed. Here's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
The Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner told the House Homeland Security Committee that he was told the Butler County Emergency Services Unit was in charge of the AGR building outside the Secret Service perimeter, the building from which Thomas Crooks would open fire. That two Butler personnel had eyes on the roof from a second-floor building window, but left their post to go look for Crooks.
Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. He was identified by those members as suspicious, in part because of that.
He also said while communicating among agencies is possible over radio, it is more difficult to do at times with the Secret Service in particular. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And the Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned from her position yesterday. President Biden will appoint her successor. And Vice President Harris will skip Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress set for today as Democrats express their discontent with the nation's war with Hamas in Gaza due to the high civilian death toll. Speaking on Fox's Hannity, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham weighed in on Harris's decision.
This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we literally do not have Bibi's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F.
But Netanyahu will reportedly meet with Harris at the White House this week, despite her absence from his address today. And former President Trump said he will meet with Netanyahu on Friday at Mar-a-Lago. Texas high school volleyball and track coach visiting San Antonio for a convention has died after being shot by a stray bullet fired from I-37.
It's very, very difficult to put this together without a witness or without some kind of video.
San Antonio Police Chief William McManus says 28-year-old Aiden Rose Bird of Jasper was sitting on the rooftop of the Smoke Sky Bar around midnight.
She was struck by a single bullet in the back while she was seated outside on the patio. Now, this appears that it may have come from the highway, someone randomly shooting as they drove by.
McManus is asking the public to come forward with any information they may have. Meanwhile, Jasper ISD is mourning Bert's death, who is a third-generation educator there. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the rainy weather isn't going away in San Antonio anytime soon. While we're likely to have a relatively dry morning commute, forecasters say showers are likely to pop up throughout the area both later today and tomorrow. The heavier rain should begin Friday and last through the weekend. Hill country areas near Rock Springs, Kerrville, and Bandera saw over 6 inches of rain that had fallen within 24 hours. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Ready to go? San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker in studio. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. And when you heard that President Joe Biden would not seek re-election on Sunday, did you have a case of deja vu? Some of us, like Charlie and me, are old enough to remember Lyndon Baines Johnson, who in March of 1968 said he would not seek his party's nomination for re-election as president. Let's talk about that and more with University of Texas presidential historian Jeremy Surrey. Dr. Surrey, what are the similarities between 2024 and 1968?
Well, I think the two biggest similarities are in both of these periods, you had sitting presidents who were powerful figures who had achieved a lot in office, but there were questions about whether they were appropriate to lead any further. In Lyndon Johnson's case, it was because of the Vietnam War and his role in the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular. And of course, in Joe Biden's case, is health. The second similarity is that both 1968 and 2024 are years of a great deal of division and tumult within American society. And it's been very hard for these established figures to maintain support across party lines and appeal to independents. And so the divisions make re-election for them difficult.
And Jeremy, we keep hearing that our democracy is under threat with this presidential election. Is that a notable difference between now and 1968?
Actually, in 1968, people thought that was even more the case. In 1968, there was far more violence. The late 67 had seen major violence in cities like Detroit and Newark. And then, of course, in 1968, we had a series of assassinations, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy. The country really seemed to be coming apart in 1968. This year, I think we're concerned not just about problems regarding violence, which thankfully have not been as bad as they were in 68, but we're worried about the future of our Constitution, about protections on presidents committing crimes, about limitations on misuse of power. And we're concerned about that because one candidate is claiming he might be dictator for a day. So I think the concerns are more about Constitution and law than they were in 68, but it is an echo of these concerns about the future of our democracy.
Dr. Charlie Parker, a lot of us also remember the vice presidential debate in 1988 between Dan Quayle and Lloyd Bentsen, in which Lloyd Bentsen said to Dan Quayle, well, I know John F. Kennedy, paraphrasing, I know John F. Kennedy and you're no John F. Kennedy. Something like that wouldn't even make headlines today. Can you pinpoint for me and just help me out personally here? When did things change? Is it the media? Social media, television, radio, newspaper, whatever the case may be, because the vitriol today is like nothing any of us have ever seen.
Yes, I think you're right, Parker. I think that there's always been nastiness in politics. Politics is a nasty, dirty sport. But what has changed, I think, in the last 20 to 30 years is that the decorum, the civility, the rules of the game have basically been broken so often that we're no longer shocked when someone lies, no longer shocked when someone is so nasty as to attack someone's family. No longer shocked when people say racist and sexist things. And that's because it's been a concerted campaign by certain politicians, many in Texas, in fact, to make people who feel threatened by new groups feel good by attacking their enemies. And so this attack culture, which also plays well on social media, has become normalized. And I think that's made our politics much more harsh than they were before.
Our thanks to University of Texas presidential historian, Dr. Jeremy Surrey. Coming up, Joe Pags from The Joe Pags Show, his perspective and a preview of The Joe Pags Show for this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. Coming right up, WOAI News Time, 8:45. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show. He's got another big show lined up today. He'll tell us all about that. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, several days after he dropped out of the race, President Biden will address the nation from the Oval Office tonight. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers will not be attending Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today. And SAPD has identified a suspect in the shooting death of a Northwest Side Sonic manager. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Not much sunshine the next couple of days, a little bit here and there. For the most part, cloudy skies today, tomorrow, and on Friday. All 3 days, highs in the upper 80s. 78 in Cibolo, 76 in Helotes, 77 here in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 8:51.
San Antonio's first news. Let's check in with Joe Pags, a man who has been having amazing shows with huge guests as this presidential race heats up. Good morning, Joe. Thanks, Joe. Another huge one. Tulsi Gabbard, Matt Gaetz, and more be in place for the Joe Pags Show, 5 o'clock this afternoon, every weekday, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And Charlie and Charity, we're less than 12 hours away. Okay. In fact, we're coming up on 10 hours till President Joe Biden's address. It will be historic. It will be memorable. Not every day a sitting president makes the announcement, presumably from the Oval Office, that he will not seek re-election.
Yeah, and I have I'm not one of those people that has, well, I hope he says this, I hope he says that. I have some thoughts about what I don't think that he is going to say.
Okay.
He's not going to tell us, he's not going to get into details on his physical or mental condition. Because he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to tell us why he's doing what he did. And secondly, even if he wanted, he's too proud. Look how long it took him to make the decision to get out.
Yes.
So just tell me what it is that you had to tell me and then go about your business.
And you're predicting a short address.
I think it'll be relatively short.
Relatively short. Okay.
15 minutes, maybe.
Charity,
if that long.
Yeah. Charity, what do you expect?
I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny about his delivery, his appearance.
For sure.
Because Republicans are, wanting him to resign now, saying if, he's not fit for re-election, he's not fit to serve out the remainder of his term in the White House. So I expect that. And I do hope, though, that he kind of provides some perspective about why he made that seemingly snap decision to bow out.
Well, I personally disagree that it was a snap decision. I think it was a long time coming, and he's been being pressured longer than we've been told that he was being pressured. And again, I don't need any personal kind of stuff. Just give me what you got, and and go.
See, I think he's going to want to really drive home what he did in the last three and a half years. I think he wants to say and justify, hey, I've really done a good job here.
Oh, he'll probably do that. Yeah.
He'll do that.
Which is why I think it's going to be a short speech.
Boom. Oh, no, you didn't. Yes, he did. I think it's going to be fascinating. But Charity, you said he's going to be scrutinized for his appearance, and fitness for the office by Republicans. He does really good in front of a teleprompter. It's like the debate thing. When you try to talk to him one-on-one, or I think it's going to be rehearsed. He nailed the State of the Union address. I realize that was in early February. I think he's going to do just fine because it's familiar setting, it's Oval Office, it's teleprompter, it's rehearsed. So I think he's going to pull it off well.
And like Trump, he'll have the bronzer on his face
Oh,
to
yeah.
provide the color to look like he's well, after recovering from COVID. So
Is that copper tone? Is that brown?
Yeah.
Copper? Who makes that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And let's don't overlook, and I don't think most people are, let's don't overlook the fact that, just 5 days ago, the Republican Party wanted him to stay in the race. And 5 days later, they want him to not only just get out of the race, they want him to just go away.
Yeah, resign.
Because it's
Resign.
not to be honest, it's not to their advantage any longer.
It's politics. So we
Yeah.
will continue to bring you everything you need to know about Decision 2024 right here. You got Glenn Beck coming up in a few. Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with everything you need to know on this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back at it right here, 5 to 9 tomorrow morning. And right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.